Hey guys, I'm back with another vibe coding stream today. Just gonna start by pulling up and let's go just gonna start by pulling up what we worked on yesterday. Yeah, so really one of the items that we were able to complete yesterday was including drivers in the critical event report. And so let me go fetch a report here and click generate. Okay, so now you can see when we do get a driver ID event, and right now on the staging server, we don't have different drivers, but right now we have this driver, Santa Claus. So pretty much now we have every event in the report now is associated with the driver, which is pretty cool. And let's see. Let's see. Okay, so we do have, and this is just a lesson that I wanna give. And you know, one thing is a lot of people are familiar with the, you know, multi-billion-dollar technical companies or the tech companies in Silicon Valley that really have a lot of the elite talent. But there's tons of small and medium-sized businesses in the United States that have tech teams, right? And maybe the talent is not as elite, right? Some less experienced engineers working at these smaller companies. And so I've worked with a lots of interns. I work closely with UTD and Capstone, and I've worked with many different interns and some senior level engineers with master degrees, and we're human, right? And we make mistakes. So on our production system, one thing I started to notice was we have pagination. So pagination, the way that this is supposed to work is if I query, and this is the report, right? So, and this report has some heavy joins. So it can get a little expensive, but there's something called pagination, right? Which will only show 50 results at a time, right? So the idea is that you only execute queries at the database level for 50 queries at a time instead of pulling in all 83 rows, right? And so what I can do is I could run it. Let's try to grab a little bit more data here. Let's grab a full month of data. And until we fix, and I'll explain the pagination issue here in a minute. But before we fix this, we may end up just constraining this calendar. Right now, the calendar is constrained to a month, right? At one point, you were able to query 3 months of data, and it was taking a while for that query to return. So let's run this for the full month. So here you can see we're showing rows 1 of 50, but there's 523 rows. But if I go to pgadmin, let's see here. I already had Cursor look into this, and so this is what Cursor was able to discover. Let's run this here. So this was the last query that we just ran. Now there's a limit of 50 here. So we need to look into that a bit. Or let's grab this. And so what might be happening is the query instead of only executing for 50 rows at a time, I think it may be executing for all 523 rows for all data for the month. So I had Gemini 3 Pro looking into this, and it told me that the current implementation's fetching all the rows from the database for the entire date range, which is a ton of data, right? And the reason why we're having to load them into memory is because we have two different tables here. So let me come to... So we have the event data table and the event media table. And really the way that the system is set up right now is that every time we get an event, so one of these events that you see here, DSM distraction. I think I have my mouth open here. But every time that we get an event, it puts it into our event data table, right? So the data, so the way that the system works is we detect the event at the edge, and we detect the event at the edge, we immediately ingest that data, we stick it into the event data table, and then 5 minutes later, the camera will return all of the media URLs. And we take those media URLs and put them in this table called event media. Now, the thing is that a camera could have up to 8 channels. Sometimes they have 4 channels. Sometimes they might have 2 channels. So depending on how many channels, that's how many rows are in the event media. So you'll get one event and event data that will have multiple event media URLs that are associated with it. So if I come to the report here and click inspect, just so I can kind of explain this to you guys. Let's see. Let's run this again. We got to create a backend proxy for this reverse geocoding. But here you can see that, so here's an event. And that event has different media URLs, right? So we have different media URLs that we're pushing into an array. And so that's why we have kind of a heavy join operation in that query. And the problem is that the event data table is getting pretty large. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to paste this in cursor. And let's go back into plan mode. So I think they changed I thought it used to be like command tab or something to change from agent to plan mode, but I think they changed it to command period. I don't know if someone knows that, you can tell me, but command period, going to plan. I'm going to paste this. I'm looking at the processes running in PG admin, and I just executed the event report for a full month. Can you look at this query? It looks like it has a limit of 50, and that is confusing me a bit. Okay, so that's so we were able to get driver ID into the report, and while that's running, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up our other project. So this is the telematics video project. If you're not familiar with this, you can go look at the other live streams, but we're able to vibe code a good chunk of this. So right now we have this coaching platform. where all of these events, we're doing a coaching analysis. And what we're going to be doing is kind of tying together this driver ID stuff and also this safety, right? And start to build risk tools around this. And really, what my goal is to build a protocol or wrap a framework around this, where we can use quantized open source models, almost like a panel of judges to help us review these events, right? And then we're going to expose risk tools. So the idea is if the future is every car that comes off the OEM manufacturing line has a camera in it, all of these car manufacturers will have open API, and we can ingest any of this data, right? And so I want to be able to expose these risk tools, to whoever really is interested in building risk profile, right? And so, especially when you get autonomous vehicles, there's a question of who's liable, right? When these accidents happen, there needs to be some sort of mediation to have an understanding of who is liable when two autonomous vehicles get into an accident. And so that's one of the things I want to do this year on stream is, build this framework of these open source quantized models that are open source, acting like a panel of judges, ingesting this video data, doing an analysis on it, putting it on some sort of immutable ledger, and exposing these risk tools, right? And you really don't want, one provider, especially if you really don't want a closed source, a closed weight provider helping you determine liability. Because if you're an insurance company, you want complete transparency, especially if you're going to be trusting agents to try to determine risk or determine who's at fault or who's liable. So that's and again, so we're using open source models to do object detection, depth estimation. We're using models that have image analysis capability, taking some of these important frames and passing it to those models and asking the model to give us its thoughts on that frame, what it thinks about the objects, if it's risky, not risky, does it look like an accident or not. So that's the video. And here's the reconstruction, and I'm really excited about what we're going to be able to do with AI with this. And I always do this on stream. Let's kind of walk through some of these items, but then we'll get into our flow here. But this is a reconstruction. So, if you have a fleet of vehicles that's out over the road, or if there's an accident that happens and you need to make decisions in the moment, right? So maybe you need to talk to the police, maybe you need to call your insurance company if it's a very severe incident. So we're using all of this context, including this video here with object detection, going to be using our panel of judges, using our open source, open weight quantized models to determine the risk and liability. And really the plan is to kind of chunk this out and open source a part of this, right? And the idea with that is, so, if I'm an insurance company and I have two autonomous vehicles that I have coverage on, and they get into an accident, right? I want to be using a provider that's fully transparent, the weights are open, and I can trust it, right? And I can audit it. So that's really where we're headed, at least with this product. So this is the telematics video product. And we also have this driver ID, right? So every time that I get into a vehicle, it takes a picture of my face, and it tries to do facial face detection or facial analysis. A lot of you are probably familiar with that, using an iPhone or Face ID through the iPhone. But very similar idea. And so an end customer would come to the driver directory, add their drivers. And then after they add their drivers, anytime a new driver ID event comes in, you'd start linking this kind of abstract ID that's meaningless to our end customer, but you'd start linking this to a real human driver, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to tie all of this together, because if safety is important to you, you need to know who the driver is. If you don't know who the driver is, you really can't do much, right? In terms of trying to distribute learning content, trying to make your fleet safer. So we have this product, and then let's go into our agents business. So let's open this up here. And can you start the Cactus-Go service? And so we learned a lot about work trees yesterday too, or the day before yesterday on the last stream. So if I run git status, you can see that we have all of these untracked files. And let me see if I can run the work tree list. Okay, so here are all of these work trees. So yesterday, what I learned is, and my situation is I have like a multi-repo setup, right? So I have all of these repositories under this parent directory. And in the past, this parent directory was never a Git repo. But when I was trying to use Worktree in Cursor, Worktree goes to go pull, I guess, any tracked code into the Worktree. And so I was doing Worktree, running multiple agents and having it try to investigate one of these services, and it couldn't find the code. And it took me a while to figure out, okay, it's because we're not tracking this code. And really, there's two ways. And if you look, each one of these are separate repositories. So if I come into cactus-gate and I do git status, this is a different repo than this parent directory, right? So really, there's two options that I'm working through. And I need to fix this here. Let's keep this. There's really two ways to handle this. One way is I can just start tracking these files and then just never really commit these changes or do anything with these changes, right? After I make my changes inside of these directories, then I can go into those directories, commit the changes, and push up to the appropriate repo. Or there's something called GitHub submodules. Now, GitHub submodules, modules, let's see. And for now, I'm still kind of thinking through this, and I may end up doing this off stream, but pretty much what you can do is Git provides submodules to help with this. So submodules allow you to include or embed one or more repositories as a subfolder inside of another repository. And so I had considered making all of these a submodule of bluecactus.ai. But I think there's also another way to do this where I'm gonna say, for now, I think I added this to my agents.md file, where I was gonna say always, every time, so all the subdirectories are services, because I run the agent inside of bluecactus.ai. So one of the items in my agents.md file is that also all the subdirectories are services. And what I was going to do is have the agent, every time go pull the latest head of all the submodules, because there'll be some drift if we don't keep them synced. But there's another easier way to do this. So before we do this, I'm considering adding the submodules, but we could also just track these directories inside of the bluecactus.ai parent directory, and then just never commit the changes, and that will allow us to use Worktree in the way that we want to. Can you confirm that, or what do you think is the best approach? Should we be using submodules, or should we just track the code? Tracking the code might seem a bit easier. And then let's go ahead and start this auth service real quick. Let's see. Before that, we may clean up this agents file real quick and remove this submodule sentence here. Okay, and we're also doing a little old school RuneScape, guys. So just doing a little AFK skill grinding in old school RuneScape, just chopping down some trees. And we'll probably eventually, the plan is to do some fun stuff with old school RuneScape, and maybe try to build a plugin together on stream, which should be pretty fun. Gemini 3 Pro's cranking on this pretty hard here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's move this to the... Okay. I get so much SendGrid spam. I get these emails all the time that like there's some issue with the webhook or whatever every time I check the domain of the email, and it's just some spam thing. I don't know. SendGrid must have got my data leaked somehow. Let's see. The mono repo. See, I really don't want to do this. So, and this is also, I can use cursor worktree, but you know, if I do this, the idea is I like having all of my microservices in separate repositories, because you know, if I hire interns, which we're going to be hiring some interns on this channel, you know, whether or not they end up showing face on stream, you know, that's up to them. I'll probably give them the opportunity if they want to come hang out on one of the streams. But I will be hiring a team of interns. But the idea is, I don't need an intern to see the entire code base. Preferably, uh, it would be nice to just scope him out to a single microservice, right? So let's see. Submodule approach. Standard for multi-repo. Yeah, I don't want to do this monorepo approach. I want it to go run. I want you to run git status in this directory and go look how my multi-repo, or investigate my multi-repo setup. Because still, it doesn't look like that you addressed. I understand what you're saying, making it a monorepo, but if we just start tracking all of these subdirectories and they all have their own individual .git files, that's not technically a monorepo, but it will allow me to run cursor work trees. Can you confirm this? No, I don't want to add anything. Hold on. Uh-oh. Dude, Gemini 3 Pro likes to get active like that, man. Okay, I didn't tell you to add anything. I just want you to run git status and start reviewing all of my subdirectories. Don't add anything to git. Do not make modifications to git. Hold on. Oh, I think we're in a run pwd. What directory are you in now? Gemini 3 Flash, honestly, is a lot better for this. Let's go to Flash. I guess it's grabbing context. So guys, what's going on right now is I have a multi-repo setup, right? And so what that means is let's see. Okay, so we have really two options. We've got the monorepo. So if I come to Ghosty here, you can see that I have this parent directory, and in the past, the parent directory was never a git repo, and so I'm just trying to decide, okay, are we going to make this a monorepo? Or are we going to use a submodule approach? And how are we going to work through that? Or I think we could just start tracking these different directories, and it won't technically be a monorepo, but it'll allow us to use cursor work trees. And really, I just want to be able to use cursor work trees is the idea. So let's see. Okay. Okay, there we go. To confirm your strategy, yes. So there, Gemini 3 Flash is a lot better at this than Pro. Pro's just doing a little bit too much reasoning for something as simple as just run present working directory command, right? We have these keyboard trees. Cactus agents will be empty. Huh. Yeah, so what's happening right now is because the parent directory has untracked files, when I use cursor work trees, the work trees don't have access to any of the untracked files. So right now I'm debating, am I going to use submodules? And the thing with submodules is we're going to have to go fetch the current head of all submodules every day, right? Or every time that we're working to make sure we don't get drift. But I'm kind of debating doing that versus just doing git add right now on bluecactus.ai and just adding all of the untracked files. Do not make any changes to Git. I just want you to brainstorm this right now. Interesting. Update the pointer, okay. Okay, so I don't want you to do this yet, but what are the steps to create submodules or to add all of these subdirectories as submodules? Also, I want you to review my agent's markdown file and review the item that I have in the markdown file about updating the submodule to the latest head. And that's Whisperflow tagging the file right there, which is actually pretty cool. Everybody says Gemini Flash sucks. I think it's good, actually, for tasks like this. Way better than Gemini 3 Pro. I mean, Gemini 3 Pro, it's like it can't, like if I say, hey, run a command present working directory, it can it's still it's reasoning like I gave it some massive project, right? So this is pretty good, I think. But the parent is still pointing the old commit. Okay, so here's where I have my rule to always update submodules to the latest head. So I'm gonna tell Gemini Flash, okay, let's all of the subdirectories, I want to add them as submodules. Let's do this one command at a time. Okay, so here's adding cactus agents as a submodule. And one quick second, guys, I'm going to get a little coffee top off here. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's do this. Or actually, before we... I'm tempted to have Opus review this too. And, but I think it's okay. Let's, I've never used Git submodules before, so I'm a little hesitant, but let's do this. Or should we run, should we be running git status on all of these services? Like, do we need to make sure that main is up to date, or that we have fetched main before we add the submodules? Okay, so we got to go check what branch we're on in all of these services. And I actually haven't been merging yet. I don't have a GitHub action set up yet for this project. So let's say, okay, I want you to CD into each one of the subdirectories, each one of the services, and run git status to see which branch we're on. Okay, so this is a good check here. JS Cactus Hotline. Okay. Okay. Okay, in the cactus-gate service, can you push these commits up to the new branch, go refactor, or push to origin? Yeah, this I need to add permissions for this. Hold on, I gotta add permissions for this GitHub user real quick. Okay. Yeah, I use a different GitHub credential when I'm on stream, so I just need to give it access to this repository. Let's see here. Two-factor authentication here. Oop, I forgot to paste the live stream in the Discord chat too. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Let's go to organizations. Blue Cactus AI. Let's go to settings. Let's see. Members. Hold on. Members to it's been a while since I added a member here to the GitHub organization. Hold on. Okay. That's very strange. Hold on. I know it's right in front of my face here. Hey, cool, Marcus. Hey, happy to have you here. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I have a lot of, you can go check out all the older live streams. Right now, I'm kind of setting up the repository so it can be a multi-repo and have microservices, but also work kind of with cursor work tree, so we can use this multi-agent workflow. But also not have all the code inside of a monorepo. So thanks for being here. And you can also join the Discord if you haven't yet. It's discord.bluecactus.ai. And that's where you can reach me when I'm not on live stream, and we share ideas there and share project ideas. Not a ton of people in there right now, but the goal is to try to build the community. That's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, it's telling me to click people in the org mint. Oh, there we go. Okay, it wasn't in settings, it's in people. So I'm going to invite somebody here. Okay. Okay, I just invited myself here, or this other GitHub user. Awesome, yeah, and I'll put the Discord here in chat. So let me paste this in the Twitch chat too. Let's see. Okay, so let me come to GitHub here. I'm going to accept this invitation to the organization. Let's see. Okay, it's probably in my Gmail. Two-factor authentication. Okay, approved it. Okay. Cool. Okay, so now I'm in the organization. So now I'm gonna say, let's try. Okay, I just enabled the permissions. Let's try to push to origin again. Nice. Okay, we just pushed the new branch. Beautiful. All right, let me merge this in. Go to repositories, cactus-gate. Okay, let's just create that pull request and let's merge that in. We're going to end up setting up codecs for this repository too. We haven't done that yet. Let's see. Let's merge this. Okay, nice. Now what I want you to do is all the other services that have changes that we have not commit yet, I want you to go ahead and commit those changes. Do this one service at a time. Okay. Oh, that was cactus-gate. So cactus agents. What's interesting is I don't remember modifying. Before we add the changes, can you run a git diff and see what these changes are? Guys, Gemini Flash, I mean, it's really good for doing this Git stuff in my experience, when I'm using it. You know, if I'm using Gemini 3 Pro or Opus, Opus is better. Expose anything. I mean, we can always go backwards, so. Yeah, let's just go ahead and commit the changes here. Cactus Web is a big diff. You know what? Just go ahead and commit the changes in all services on the master branch. And then let's push to origin. We can always revert back to the last commit if we need to. Okay, let's see. Okay, cactus agents. We'll push to origin. Okay, cactus hotline. We're gonna push it to origin. Cactus SMS. We're gonna push to origin. Cactus web. Okay. Oh, there you go. That's Gemini lately. You know, a lot of this. So let's try again. Okay, let's push to cactus agents here. Good. Okay. Okay. Okay, I want you to make sure we're on the master branch in all of the services, and then fetch from origin. Because in one of the services, I just merged a branch, so we need to pull down the updated main or master branch, remote master branch. I want you to keep the commands simple. You may have to go into each service one at a time and do it. I can kind of like eyeball this. And you know, it looks like it would do what I'm expecting it to do, but whenever these get, you know, that one thing I've noticed is the LLM models do this a lot. They get the overly verbose Git commands. You know, sometimes they're great. You know, like it might go through all your subdirectories, check out, commit everything, all in one for loop. But I don't love it. So let me do this here. Okay. Cool. Okay, that one's up to date. Nice, cactus-gate. So that's the service that we worked on the last stream. Okay, so let's see. Let's go ahead and keep moving here. Okay. Okay, nice. Great work. Are we ready to add the submodules? Don't do it yet. I just want you to think about it. This song's pretty good. I'm gonna restart this one. I kind of like the vibes. You grab a water real quick. One second. Okay, I'm back. Let's take this off. All right. So, clean working trees, no uncommitted changes. Beautiful. Parent repo state. Okay, in the parent repo, I want to make sure that we're on the main or the master branch. So let's just double check this. Nice. Okay, we're on main now. Okay, let's just, there's nothing to pull. See, that's the problem, is I don't even have this set up. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work, but you can try. I mean, we don't have this repository in the cloud right now, if that makes sense. I probably need to set it up. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I'm never going to have this parent directory in the cloud, right? I just want you to confirm this. Okay, cool. All right, let's add the GitHub submodules. Let's do it one command at a time. Okay, nice. We're about to add this submodule. I'm just gonna drop off this wood real quick, and then we'll finish this up here, and then we'll get moving. This is good though. This is helping me understand how to set up a multi-repo. So if I hire interns, I can just scope out a single repo for them so they don't see the entire code base. But it also allows me to use cursor work trees and kind of use a multi-agent workflow, right? Which is pretty cool. So let's drop off this wood here. And let's get back to chopping. Get to work here. Okay, let's do this. What? Huh. That one already existed. Weird. Okay, now each subdirectory or each service that's its own GitHub repository, we're adding it as a submodule inside of our parent directory. Let's keep going. And guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It helps push this content out to more people, and it means a lot. Also, if you need to, if you want to try to reach me or communicate with me off stream, I'm trying to build a community at discord.bluecactus.ai where, we can share entrepreneurship, discussion, AI discussion, agentic coding discussion. If you have questions, if you want to share ideas, really just want to build a community of like-minded people, pretty much. Okay, so let's keep doing this here. Nice. What does git status show that? Hold on. Git status. Nice. Do I need to worry about these? What about these untracked files? Do I need to be concerned about these? I don't think so. You should track. Okay. Git ignore agents. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to. It's smart. Okay. Yeah, don't commit the ngrok YAML. We'll keep this local, but commit the other files. Don't add the ngrok YAML, but add the other files. I think it's going to add the ngrok YAML to the git ignore file so it doesn't push up to the cloud. Even though the ignore file, right now the parent directory is not in the cloud, so it doesn't matter too much. Let's see, what is this? Are you adding the ngrok YAML to the git ignore file? It's kind of strange. I've never seen this. Let's let it. What's weird is, why don't I? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay. All right. So now if I run git status here, clear git status. Okay. Beautiful. So, very good. But you'll see the ngrok YAML still here, but it's not getting tracked because we added it to the git ignore. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is now we're gonna open up a new agent and we're gonna switch to work tree. And I'm going to say first I want to start the authentication service just so you guys can see it. Let's see. Can you start the cactus-gate service? Let's let Gemini 3 Pro, or let's, you know what, I should have put in my title that I was using Flash, because I'm impressed with Flash more than Pro, to be honest. But let's try Pro. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's not the cactus-gate. Sorry, I didn't mean cactus-gate. I meant cactus-auth. I just want you to start the service. We source the environment variable, so it should be able to pull all the variables it needs from the end file. You do not need to export any of the keys into the terminal. We source the end file. I just want to make sure we don't have anything technical happen, or any keys get exposed or something. Okay, it says it's running. Let's see if it's running. Let's open up our browser. Try to open it in the browser. It's because we have the environment variable in the parent directory, and it gets a little confused for some reason. We'll fix it though. Yeah, Gemini 3 Pro really struggling. You know, almost unusable today so far. I mean, it's just reasoning for a very long time on simple jobs, and it just tried to. Okay, it did start now. Okay, so here is the Google Oauth, right? I'm pretty sure that I can see the Oauth front end right now. Okay, so it's good that we started it. So a couple things here. Okay, so let's see here. Let's just test this again. Redirect URI. Interesting. Is it not redirecting? The redirect port should be 4100. That's the callback URL. So let's get the actual callback URL for OAuth. Hold on. It's very interesting. The LLMs have difficulty starting this service, and we're going to refactor this service, but let's go to the Google Cloud Console. We're going to get the callback URL for Google Oauth. Credentials, web client. All right, let's get the callback. Above is the callback URL. What's happening? This was working yesterday. I don't think I need to use ngrok. Yeah, I'm looking in the Google Cloud Console, and that's the URI callback. We shouldn't have to set up an ngrok tunnel for this. No, hold on. Can you look into what's going on with this? This was working yesterday. We're gonna kill the service. I want you to kill this service and restart it. Just want to make sure no keys get exposed. Let's see. Yeah, the default port was 4,000. Let's see. Still an error. Okay, I want you to fix the .n file because sometimes we need to use these ngrok URLs, but not for this authentication service. Okay, let's see. Bear with me, guys. Okay. Nice, I think it worked now. Okay. Okay, so if I come back to, let's see. Okay, so here's our Oauth screen, and then we can press continue with Google. Now it takes us to the sign-in screen, and I can do, okay, so this is the Oauth flow, and so I can do, so it's a two-step verification. It wants me to open up Gmail on my phone. Okay, nice. Nice, we're in. Okay, so I'm gonna allow it, and then boom, we're in. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to new agent, and we're gonna do a work tree. And right now we got Composer 1, Opus 4.5, GPT 5.2 extra high, Gemini 3 Pro, Grok Code, and then the DeepSeek models that we're gonna have working on this. And I'm gonna use a restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're about to run the work tree. So we just set up our GitHub submodules, and we should be able to use work trees now. So I'm gonna say, I want you to review the cactus-Auth service. Right now, this service is written in Node, and we're using a Node Passport open source package. We're going to be refactoring this service in Go. And the reason why we're using Go is we're deployed on AWS EKS, and we're going to create many replicas and deploy the service on AWS Spot instances. So a few different things. We want to use Google Oauth. Google's going to return the refresh token and the access token. We're going to take those tokens and store them in Redis. So a few different approaches. We're going to be using JWT tokens for a short-lived API. We're going to be using Google Oauth and also using cookies, right, to manage user sessions. So I want you to think through how we're going to handle this. And then I'm going to say that wasn't the best prompt there. And I'm going to say, we're going to be using DFS permission bit strings to dynamically generate the navigation bar to handle permissions. And this service needs to be able to handle that. We also need to create a organization setup flow. So we need a way for an end customer to create an account and create an organization. And the account that creates the organization will be the admin. So we need to expose all of these endpoints in this service and prepare it to handle this. We're going to test this service with curl commands after we expose these endpoints. We're going to build the JSON schema, build a README with just the JSON and the API endpoints and nothing else in the README, and then we're going to start testing it. That's a hell of a prompt, but it should be okay. And we're gonna go into plan mode. Ooh. Command period, I think. Plan mode, okay. Should review the cactus off. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything, and hopefully, let me save this and come back over. We've done this before. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Interesting. Once it kind of goes into plan mode, it's hard to scroll up when it starts asking you questions. I can't see all the information that happened before that. Let's see. So this is why we're going to Go, is it's a smaller binary, right? So I have an issue where in this service, this is a memory-bound service, not a CPU-bound service. So that might be a scenario where Node is okay, it's doing heavy I/O. But what I've noticed is when you're doing a lot of I/O, and I guess this service, it's not critical if data stays in order. I have a different listener service that's in Node, and it ingests a ton of data, and that data has to stay in sequential order. And so we have to do a heavy async promises, right? And that heavy async can get complicated if you're new to JavaScript. And so you can if you're not careful, you can interrupt the event loop, right? And so what I do know about Go is that Go is great for concurrency, and Go doesn't actually map, I don't think, one-to-one to the operating system threads. So it can't, even if you block, I think, a thread in the Go runtime, it won't actually block the thread on the CPU. And so little stuff like that has me interested in Go. Also, I know that Go was really designed for Kubernetes. And we do have some CPU-bound services, so I think Go's going to be really a major performance boost on the CPU-bound services. But also very interested in running AWS Spot instances and, setting up many replicas and then running those on Spot instances and having that workload. Really, the idea is this service needs to be stateless and the workloads need to be able to be interrupted. So just kind of looking through here again, short-lived JWTs. It's kind of annoying that I can't scroll up further. Let's see. Telling you, there was more chat up here. Okay. Okay, so the short-lived JWT access tokens we're going to be using for APIs, right? So you know what? We'll try GPT 5.2 extra high. And let's make sure our draft is still there. Let me add one thing. We're going to install Redis with Homebrew. This is where we're going to persist the tokens. This service, it's very critical that this service remains stateless. We're also going to install Postgres with Homebrew, and we're going to give Redis and Postgres just a dummy password so we can interact with Postgres and Redis locally. We're going to need a table to handle organizations and accounts, and I want you to think through very deeply. I want you to think through the hierarchy and think about other enterprise web companies and how they handle permissions. We don't need to be extremely sophisticated. I want to keep it simple for now. The flow that I'm familiar with is you generate an account, that account creates an organization, and the account that creates the organization is the admin. But I'm open to new ideas. Okay, let's maybe add one more model here. Let's do 5.1 Codex Max. 2. Yeah, that should be good. All right. Let's let this crank. Composer 1's fast. Look at that. Okay. Yes, it's a bitmask system. Can a single account belong to multiple organizations? I'm loving how fast Composer 1 is right now. Really liking it. I'm really liking that. And it's pretty comprehensive. It kind of runs off the rails sometimes, but what I've noticed is it's pretty damn comprehensive. It's incredibly comprehensive for how fast it is. That's what I will say. One account belongs to one organization only for now. I think that's okay. Just a session ID, I think. I don't think we need to store the JWT or persist the JWT token in Redis. Just a session ID. Let's continue. Okay. Let's come to Gemini. Okay, Gemini asked some questions. This is great. I'm loving this, actually. Hey, doing pretty good. What's up? Just about to refactor the authentication service in Go. We're setting up the JWT Redis sessions. I added, it's pretty cool, but this morning we got submodules working. Now I'm able to use cursor work trees and still have my multi-repo set up without having to go mono repo, which is awesome. Okay, so I noticed the workspace is empty. Should I proceed with building the Node.js code I should look at? What? Hold on. Yeah, the service is in cactus-gate. Go try to find it. Oh, cool. I really hope we can are you able to see the cactus-gate service? Yeah, I can see it. Oh, cactus-gate. Okay, the service is called cactus-gate. You should be able to find it and review it. Okay. Okay, 5.2 extra high asked me some questions. The cactus service directories are get ignored in this workspace view. For the review current node passport service. What? They're not get ignored. No, it shouldn't be get ignored. You should be able to find cactus-gate. Look for it again. Composer 1 found it. Look at that. I do see cactus-gate. So if I come to Ghosty and let me cat this git modules file. These are all the submodules. Hold on. Just send these submodules. Interesting. So Composer 1's the only... Oh, it's got to do some initialization or something. Wait, what did it say? I've just confirmed the service name is cactus-gate. Thanks to .git modules file. It's a submodule, which explains... It's okay. Let's see. How were you able to see the git modules? Did you have to run a command? Huh. Gemini 3 Pro has not been good today. Really, like not the last stream, but I think the stream before. There was one day where I was really having success with Gemini 3 Pro. I do think Gemini 3 Pro is better at front end, better at design. But it's kind of hit or miss. Some days it feels like it's running off the rails. Some days it feels like it's very concise. Try to run that command again. I'm able to see the submodules in this directory. Maybe you didn't run it with full permissions. Well, 5.2 extra high still running. Let's see if Opus was able to find it. Let me first review cactus auth surface, cactus-gate. Doesn't actually exist. Wow. So far, Composer 1 was the only model that immediately found my submodules. Honestly, we may have to just move on from this. It's kind of which work tree are we on? Every time I make a work tree, I have to initialize the submodules, I think. So like, here's my agents file. And the idea with the agents file was all subdirectories or services. Always update submodules to the latest head before committing changes. I am a streamer, never expose secrets in chat. Gate files directly. Yes, initialize the submodules in this work tree. Ooh, that's the command. Nice. What I'm actually going to do is I got to come back to this file. I'm going to say okay, I want you to review the agents.md file. What I've noticed is when I check out to a new cursor work tree. When I'm in that work tree, do we have to initialize the submodules in the work tree before we start work? If we need to do that, we need to add this to the agents.md file. Hey, Typical Win, how are you? Okay, in every work tree, to hydrate the services, update init recursive. We should definitely add this to your documentation so you and the AI don't forget it when jumping into a new work tree. Okay. Okay, add this to the agents.md file. So I don't know if I want to. Probably should commit it, actually. It's okay. Before we commit this, what are all the modified, untracked files? Or I guess we have tracked files that have been modified that we did not commit yet. I just want to review this before we commit the agents file. And hey, everybody, if you're new here, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. Push the content out to more people. If you're interested in communicating offline, you know, we can share. If you have any, really a good entrepreneurship discussion, good discussion around AI, good discussion around agentic coding, just trying to build like a community of like-minded people who were interested in building vibe coding, you know, building personal projects, building businesses, building B2B web apps, or if you're interested in consumer apps, you know, happy to have you here. And it doesn't matter what skill level, that doesn't matter to me. Okay, stage for initial commit. Okay. Modified stage for the initial commit. The submodules and root files. These are currently in the Git index and will be saved when we commit. Okay. Okay, good. Go ahead and create the commit with an appropriate commit message. Okay, good. Nice. Now what we're going to go do is we're going to go grab our message from... I'm going to grab this. DFS. I'm going to grab my message again. What I'm actually going to do, though, is I'm going to clean up all the work trees, I think. So let me pull up my ChatGPT real quick. Hold on. And what I really love actually about ChatGPT, and one really cool feature, is if I pop this window out and then I pull up terminal, and you can't do this in Ghosty yet, but if I pull up terminal, and let me have terminal up here. What happened to the pop-up? Okay, there's the pop-up. So I'm gonna add terminal. And hopefully you guys can see this. I'm going to add terminal as an application. And then I'm going to run worktree list. Oh, let's go into our directory. Projects, bluecactus.ai, worktree list. Guys, it's probably not the most exciting stream, but, you know, this is kind of the critical work that we're doing. And one thing I want to grab, too, is let me go to Discord. Oops. Let's go to Discord. But this is really like critical stuff that I'm doing to set up my workflow for agentic coding. And I just want to show you one other article that I'm going to be looking into too. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So this too, this is some items that we're going to be going through to try to make sure that our workflow is optimized. So let's see. Like this is pretty cool. At past. So let me see if I go to at past here in cursor. When you start a new conversation, use at past chats. Maybe it doesn't work if I'm not in a new convo. Anyway, so we're going to be going through these items. So you've got this past chats. You have extending an agent with rules. So we're probably going to move, like this agents file is kind of like, you can either have this agents.md file in your root directory, or you could have it in a rules directory. We'll probably move this to the rules directory eventually. But let's see here. So we've got rules, then we've got skills, right? Custom commands is what's interesting. So sometimes I have some, we're going to think through like which custom commands we can add. So we can maybe create a new command. sometimes I have a command where I want the agent to just look through all the Git history, or do a review, or maybe check out to a new branch with an appropriate name. Or maybe a command could be to initialize these submodules, could be a command. So really lots of ideas there. But let's go back. I know I'm bouncing around a little bit here, but let's go back here. Let's open up this, and let's open up terminal. Man, that keeps disappearing, kind of frustrating. All right, so I'm gonna say, how can we clean up these work trees? Give me the command to clean up these work trees. And also I noticed, oh, there we go. You know, if you click on certain parts, like when I'm clicking over here and clicking down, I can't move this modal around. I have to like click in a specific, it's kind of interesting. I have to click in a specific spot to move it. Okay, so I've got detached cursor created work trees hanging around. Safe to clean. Prune, dry run. Okay, let's just run this dry run. What? Okay. The dry run didn't show me anything. So what's the standard procedure to clean up these work trees? Does Cursor not do this automatically? Do I need to be cleaning up these work trees, or maybe set up like a rule or a item in my agents file to clean up these work trees when we're done with them? And when I do decide to, let's just leave it at that. Okay, so Cursor will clean up old work trees, which is pretty cool. Where is the Cursor config that shows the max number of work trees before Cursor will clean them up? You know what, I forgot to paste my YouTube, or paste the live, and
where do we go when the sunshine meets the night? Chasing a ghost between the lines, stuck between the smoke and vice. Where do we go when the sunshine meets the night? Chasing a ghost between the lines, stuck between the smoke and vice.
Good question. I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I don't have an exact time, to be honest with you. Just trying to manage my energy a little bit. You know, I want to make sure I'm able to. I want to get more consistent with the streaming, and provide as much value as I can. So really, whenever I'm feeling my energy maybe drop a bit, I may get off then, but maybe another hour or so, or longer. Okay. Settings JSON. Okay, what are the terminal commands to see this settings.json file, or where do I find this? Is it a hidden directory? Hey guys, please like and subscribe and follow if you haven't already. If you're on Discord, you can join the Discord server at discord.bluecactus.ai. And so if you ever just want to chat in the Discord server, I'll be available to do that. Oh, let's see if it's in the cursor directory. cd.cursor, which is like a hidden directory, ls-la. If you ever want to show these hidden directories, because like if I just run ls, well, we can see something here, but let's do ls-la. Is that a directory? No. Yeah, so I thought I was maybe going to be able to see like the work tree settings here, but that's okay. I just wanted to search the internet again, look into how other people are cleaning up their work trees. Until I started using Cursor, I never really I never had the need to use Git work trees. So just want you to look into this. All right, we'll skip on this for now. What we're gonna do is let's grab our prompt again. Okay, let's grab this. Let's go new agent. We're gonna do another work tree. First, we're gonna say, make sure to look at the agents.md file. We're going to need to initialize the submodules on the work tree before we get started working. Okay. And then let's paste in our prompt. So pretty much it says, okay, so right now the cactus-auth or the cactus-gate service is written in Node. And I know you guys might not be able to see that right now, but... so I said... cactus-auth or cactus-gate is written in Node. The service is going to be deployed on AWS EKS. The goal is to have this service deployed on AWS Spot instances. This service is going to need to persist tokens in Redis. We're going to make it vertically scalable. We're going to make it horizontally scalable. But because we're managing Redis inside of the cluster, let's just say so the Go service, the idea is to set up many different replicas, and so to set it up in a horizontally scalable way. The tokens are going to persist in Redis, but we run a self-managed Redis stateful set inside of a single region on AWS. So Redis itself is vertically scalable. Okay. I want to consider refactoring this service in Go. I'm interested in Go because it's a language. I'm interested in Go because it's and this is kind of a chunky, not great prompt, but I think it'll be good enough. I'm interested in Go because it's a language that was designed. You know what I could do? So let me grab this prompt. And let me actually have ChatGPT help me clean this up. I'm building a prompt for another agent. I want you to help me clean this up in a more concise and less verbose way. Yeah, just give it to me all in one raw text string. We don't need bullets. No spacing. Just one big raw text string paragraph. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's do this now. So I'm going to say paste this in, and I'm going to say I also don't want to get overly complex with this, so I want the most simple and secure method using the kind of standard practices for enterprise web apps. I was going to mention one more thing, but it kind of just slipped my mind. Okay, after we expose the endpoints, we're going to test these endpoints with curl. And we want to define in our README for this service. I don't want to describe how the service works. All I want in the README is the endpoints that this service is exposing, and then the shape of the data. Okay, let's crank this. So let's do keep file. Let's keep that. Let's close this. Close all these down for now. Let's switch to plan mode. Command Option E to go full screen here, and then let's crank it. And guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. Error occurred. Try again. Huh. GPT 5.2 extra high not working right now, which is kind of a bummer. Okay. Let's get this. Okay, Gemini 3 Pro. Good. Cactus-gate Go refactor. Architecture and design plans for refactoring the cactus-gate. So no questions from Opus. Interesting. Let me see. I've never tried this. Can you ask me some questions? Let's see if that works. Can you ask me some questions? Interesting. So Composer 1 asked questions, Gemini 3 Pro asked questions, but Opus and Codex did not ask questions. You need support. Google only for now. Which is the user account data, credentials, roles, permissions stored? Credentials, roles, permissions. Okay, hold on. User account data, credentials, roles, permissions. I want to say... Not yet decided, need recommendation. I mean, I know we want to store, some information about the user in Postgres, but maybe that permission bit string or something could be in Redis. I don't know. In the past, I've had the permission bit string in Postgres. What token session lifetime fits your UX requirement? We can always change this. Who will consume the Auth API besides the web app? Mobile need JWT bearer, other backend services, service to service, Auth, third-party integrations. Do you need admin endpoints to manage user sessions? Yes. Force logout, manage roles. Nice. Okay, so we got our answers here. Let's give our answers to Codex. Then we're gonna review all these plans and we're gonna move forward. But first, guys, I'm gonna get a quick coffee break here. Okay, guys, I'm back here. Let me come back to OBS. Okay, so let's see here. Let's start answering these codex questions. Took me a minute there. I had to get had to brew the coffee quickly. Okay, so let's see. Which auth gate endpoints must be exposed and documented? Login, refresh, logout, me, permissions. Just do longer access for now. Okay. So let's see if GPT 5.2 extra high. I don't know if it's having some sort of issue. I saw that someone mentioned that it was like running nonstop. It just kept running forever, but I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe cursor cut off access. Okay, so let's go read through all these plans. I want you to put together a plan first. So is that the okay, if I close all these. Why is it not opening the plan again? Let's see. Oh, here's the plan. Okay. I want you to put together a plan first, I'm telling you. Here's the composer plan. Here's more for third-party integrations. What auth mechanism do they need? I think API keys. JWT bearer tokens, hold on. I want to say JWT. Let's just do this for now. For user role storage, I'd recommend multi-tenant system, full audit trail. I can't see the plan here. I want you to build the plan first. I want to review the plan. I guess it can't build the plan until it like initializes the submodule, maybe. Interesting. So even though it didn't initialize, it can still find it, which is kind of interesting. Okay. So that's GPT 5.2 extra high. Here's the composer plan. Let's see if Opus for third-party Oauth client credentials. I need super admins and org level admins. Come on, what is this? Resume. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, so here's the plan. Now we're gonna read through all of them one by one here. Let's answer these GPT 5.2 extra high. Get submodule up, and then we're gonna pretty much pick the agent that has the best plan, and we're gonna run with it. You know what? We're gonna have each one of these run the initialization first. So let's close all these. No. Let's let this finish, I guess, first. That's fine, I guess. So I'm gonna say, okay, initialize the submodule, and then I want you to review the plan again. Does it need to? There we go. Nice. So you see how this submodule update? Pretty cool, actually. I want you to initialize the submodules and then review the plan again. So. Tell Opus to do this too. And then guys, let me show you kind of the usage here. Because this does get expensive, right? But this is cool for stream. And I'm curious I'm always trying to understand which model's the best, right? So let me see, let me make sure there's nothing sensitive here. So, you know, just to give you an idea of the cost of some of these different models. So Claude Opus High is definitely the most expensive. Composer One, they have it priced like right in line with GPT. So, you know, I guess OpenAI has attracted a lot of investment dollars, and, you know, they're putting, you know, economies of scale is putting a lot of price pressure on the market, and so they're able to bring down pricing. So, you know, GPT is pretty inexpensive, and so is Composer One. They kind of priced it right in line. Composer One's maybe not as intelligent, but it's incredibly fast. Then we've got extra high here, Gemini 3 Pro. And we could look at the exact token cost, but just kind of scrolling through, giving you guys an idea of the cost. DeepSeek, they're not charging anything for DeepSeek right now, which is interesting. But DeepSeek, they're not giving DeepSeek any access to tool calling, so it's almost unusable, to be honest. All right, so now we're gonna do you need to CD into this work tree? We're in the work tree right now already, right? Okay, so we got to run it with full permissions. Okay. There we go. We're cloning all of our submodules into the work tree so we can use multiple agents here. And guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps push this content out to more people. You know, if you're interested in vibe coding or just interested in just general AI discussion, you know, this is probably the right stream for you. Also, you can join the Discord at discord.bluecactus.ai. And, you know, we're happy to have anyone at any skill level. If you just want to come share ideas, share your project, that's great. You know, we encourage that. Okay. Okay, now review this service in detail and then think about if we need to make any adjustments to the plan. Review the cactus-gate service in detail and think about if we need to make any adjustments to the existing plan. Okay, let's see. You're already in the work tree. You should be able to just add the submodules or update the submodules, right? It's kind of funny. It keeps wanting to change directory into the work tree, but I think we're in the work tree right now. Can you go ahead and initialize the submodules? And then I want you to review the plan again. I don't think you can do tool calling, but we're about to find out. Let's see, Opus. Okay. Cool. All right. So we're about to review all the plans once these are done here. Composer tries to change directory into the work tree too. We're already in the work tree, right? We can just run update the submodules. Cool. Nice. Okay, so we're about to review all of these plans, and then we're going to go with the best plan. Let's see. I'm just going to say, are you ready for me to review the plan? What's cool is I could actually save all these plans. Then I could have Codex CLI go in and review the plans and tell me which plan it thinks is the best. That would be kind of cool to do that, actually. GPT 5.2 extra high is struggling today. So DeepSeek R1 is not even able to generate a plan in plan mode. DeepSeek v3.1 is not able to generate a plan. And maybe that's why Cursor removed these from the model list. I actually ended up finding the descriptor for this model and then adding it back in. Because I actually thought DeepSeek, I kind of liked the way DeepSeek communicated with me. I liked its reasoning and thinking process, but You know, and I thought that Cursor was hosting these Chinese models in America, so there was no security concern. So not sure why they're not enabling tool calling. It'd be interesting to know why they're not enabling tool calling. Maybe they know something about DeepSeek that we don't know. Okay. The login UI, I'm gonna let it live in this service. Move to Cactus Web. Got it. Some of these questions are a little challenging for me to answer, but okay. Okay, so let's just start by looking at this Google plan here. And what we're going to do is we're going to save all of these plans. So let me click here. I'm going to save this to the workspace. And first, let me go into Codex. And guys, honestly, I could have done this a lot quicker just using Opus. But this is pretty cool. We've got all of our submodules loaded into these different work trees. We have a multi-repo setup, not a mono repo, a multi-repo. So we can still only expose certain microservices when we hire interns, which is pretty cool. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to save all of these plans to the workspace for all of these models, and then we're actually going to have Codex start looking into them. So first I'm going to go Codex. Do you see any plans in the Cursor directory? Yeah, look for that hidden .cursor directory. Okay, it found plans. Okay, cool. So, this is cool. We're about to save all these plans, and then we're going to have Codex CLI review them for us and tell us what it thinks the best one is. And then we're probably going to end up reviewing it together. So I'm just going to come in. I'm going to save this plan to the workspace. Boom. Let's go to Composer 1. It's still writing it. Interesting. Wow. Composer 1. Let's go to the Composer 1 plan. Let's save this to the workspace. Boom. Let's go to Opus 4.5. Let's open up this plan. Wait, hold on. Why did it not? Okay, let's just open up this plan. Let's save this to the workspace. What? Hold on. Is this one already saved? Interesting. I thought I saved the... Is this Composer 1 saved? It gets a little confusing, guys, working with all these agents, but it's okay for now, I think. This one saved? No, okay, so Gemini we're saving. Boom. So we saved Composer plan, we saved the Gemini plan, we saved the Opus plan. See if we got the Codex Max plan. Let's open up the Codex Max plan. Let's save this one. Hey, operator. So how do I deal with it? I try to narrow down the scope. To be honest, this job here, the scope is kind of big. I'm thinking through like how to handle Google Oauth, how to handle access token, refresh token, JWT tokens for API, and also like permissions using like I think it's called depth file search for a bit string. But usually, you know, if it's overly complex, and even here, it's kind of getting a little complex, but usually if it's getting super complex, I try to bring in another agent like Codex. I'm about to bring in Codex to come review these plans for me and try to simplify it for a layman. But, you know, if things are getting complex, you can ask it to kind of explain it for a layman. You know, explain it for a fifth grader if you kind of need to dumb it down a bit. But, you know, if it's getting overly complex, you can always start fresh and, you know, keep the scope smaller. Or if you make mistakes, if you're using version control, you can always go backwards, right? Okay, so let's make sure this plan's saved. Okay, nice. Boom. So DeepSeek actually didn't create plans. Let's see if GPT 5.2 extra high. Permission. Okay, let's GPT 5.2 extra high wants to pull in these submodules. So what's interesting is I have a multi-repo setup. So I just created Git submodules. And then when I create a new work tree, I clone in my submodules of all my different services, and all of the services are different, their own individual GitHub repositories. So like if I hire a less experienced engineer and bring a less experienced engineer in to work with me, I can just expose like one microservice to him, so he doesn't need to see the entire code base, all 13 microservices, right? Like that just might make his head explode. So that's kind of the idea with that. So let's see here. Let's run this. It needs to do it with full permissions. You didn't use full permissions. Try again. You're already in the work tree directory. You don't need to CD into it. Okay, here we go. So just so you guys understand, and I know it's not super complex, but if I come to... So you can see these are all of the submodules inside of a file called Git submodules. And each one of these directories has its own .git, right? So this is not the classic mono repo. And I never even had to think about this until the agents were able to like bring the entire code base into the context window, right? And so, but now we kind of have our workflow set up, and we have an agents file now that is right here. Let me pull it up. So the agents file says all subdirectories are services. Yeah, definitely. And you know, you can go check out some of my other streams. We're going to be going through some of like the cursor best practices, thinking about rules, skills, hooks, right? When and why to use these different items, and maybe setting up some commands, like some slash commands, and just try to build out our workflow so we can move as quickly as we can, and not make mistakes, right? So let's go ahead and click run here. So boom, we're cloning these submodules in. So essentially it checked out the head of each one of these subdirectories. So there can be drift. If you're not careful with these submodules, you can get some drift. So now I'm going to ask, while we're waiting on this, I'm going to say to Codex, okay, check the plans folder again. What plans do you see now? Boom. Okay. So we're about to have a different, from the Codex CLI, we just generated cursor plans, and now from the Codex CLI, we're going to review the plans, and then we'll probably review them by eye again. Let's see if GPT can do this. I've noticed today that GPT 5.2 extra high, I think, has been running for a pretty long time here. Let's bring this down so you guys can see it. So we built plans with Gemini, Composer 1, Opus. We're building a plan, and we built one with 5.1 Codex, and now we're building one in GPT 5.2 extra high, and hopefully it doesn't run for like 5 hours here. We're about to find out. And guys, I don't have my X chat set up yet, so if you're on X chatting me, I might not be able to see it. Let me just check to see if anyone's sent a chat in X. Okay, no chat on X yet, which is cool. We do have 2 people watching on X though, which is pretty cool. And guys, if you haven't yet, we're trying to build a community of vibe coders, agentic coders, anyone who's really interested in AI, interested in building businesses, consumer or B2B, and just general discussion about AI, general discussion about business, coding, technology. We're happy to have you in the Discord. So it's discord.bluecactus.ai is the link to the Discord, and we're happy to have anyone at any skill level, really. Just come back here. Good. GPT 5.2 extra high asked me some questions. Yeah, so I'm actually like a self-taught programmer. I started building businesses, really, and started reselling for a lot of different vendors. Was distributor for many different vendors, selling different technology solutions. built out a product portfolio and kind of saw a gap in the market. And that's when I started hiring engineers to help me build out these solutions. And that's kind of how I learned, by being around a lot of smart people and just being really interested, right? But the learning has just accelerated in an incredible way. Ever since, my understanding of, like, in the past, I was just, if the service was working, and it was able to scale, not to this major scale, but able to scale a bit, I was satisfied. But now I'm with the help of AI, I'm thinking about, okay, is this a memory bound service? Is this a CPU bound service, right? What's the right language to use for this service? What's the best way to deploy this? Serverless, AWS Spot instances? Should I be managing the nodes in a self-managed way, right? So, it's accelerated the learning in an incredible way. But yeah, I kind of learned some fundamentals by working together with other smart people. But everyone's human, and there were some security vulnerabilities and different mistakes. And some of these engineers that I worked with were not that experienced. They were interns. They had a big scope. I was giving them a lot more work than you'd probably traditionally give an intern. But they were able to learn a lot. But one thing I learned with AI, kind of going through all the code, is, maybe there was a API key in an environment file that went up to the cloud and now it's in the version control. Or maybe we have an API key in the header in a mobile app or something, instead of using a backend proxy. So, and even, experienced engineers sometimes can make these mistakes, but that's really where I really started to deeply understand kind of more of the thinking behind understanding the language, the runtime, right? How does it map to the operating system threads? Is it non-blocking? Is it blocking? Is it asynchronous? Synchronous? When and why to use async versus sync? So, wow, GPT 5.2 extra high is really cranking. It's really working hard here. I'm just gonna go ahead and I want you to review these Go refactor plans and think deeply about this. Assume the identity of a principal engineer from Google. I don't want to get overly complicated, as this is a version 1, but I want you to review these plans and tell me which plan you think has the best approach. And I kind of want to wait for this plan, but I have a strange suspicion that this GPT 5.2 extra high is just going to keep running forever here. And guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps push this content out to more people. And the bigger the community, the more value we can all provide each other. And we can learn from each other. So please make sure to like the video if you haven't already. And feel free to engage, ask questions. You can join the Discord at discord.bluecactus.ai if you just want to chat. Yeah, exactly. So right now I used, and I know it's hard to see, but let me see if you can see this here. So right now I used work trees, and I created a plan with Gemini 3 Pro. And this will burn a lot of tokens, so you want to be careful with this. I'm not as concerned about the token usage right now for this service. And I'm kind of doing this for stream, to be honest. I could have just done this with, I think Opus was a sophisticated model to do this, but I'm really trying to understand which model's coming with the best plan, right? So I made a plan in Composer 1, made one in Gemini 3 Pro, made one in GPT 5.2 Extra High, one in Opus, and one in Codex. And then what I'm doing is then I come here and I'm saving the plan to the workspace, right? So then I save it to the workspace. And then I'm coming into Codex, and I actually haven't reviewed the plan myself yet. I have a general idea of what it's trying to do, but I'm just gonna say, okay, we added another plan. Can you look for it? Okay, I want you to, or list out all the plans. So this is Codex Plus. I have the OpenAI Plus plan, and OpenAI is really giving you a lot for $20. It's giving you like Atlas, which is the AI browser. They're giving you Codex. So they're giving a lot here. Let's look at models here, and let's go to GPT 5.2 Codex current. I don't know if people are using GPT 5.2 right now or if they're using 5.2 Codex. I mean, I'm just going to use Codex here. Let's go extra high. Hopefully this doesn't run too long. So I'm going to grab all these plans. So now I'm about to have Codex review all these plans. I want you to assume the identity of a principal engineer from Google. Review all of these plans and tell me which plan you think has the best approach. I'm wanting to try to keep this service simple for now. It's the version 1 of this authentication service. And please like and subscribe, guys, if you haven't, guys and gals, if you haven't already. Helps push this content to more people. If you're interested in all the vibe coding I've done a lot of interesting, cool stuff that you can go check out on the previous live streams. We built like risk tools for fleets of vehicles. We're building an agents business. I think on the last stream, I did a live call with the voice agent. The stream before that, and in a lot of those previous streams, we built out like an object detection, depth estimation, video AI analysis. So lots of cool stuff. Okay, it picked the 45b.plan.md. We're gonna have to figure out which model that was. Model used to build this plan. Look, these are two different plans. It's telling me Opus was used to build both of these, but it's not true. Okay, hold on. That's a little bug. I think that's a little cursor bug right there. Oh, never mind. This is the model you want to use to build the plan. It's not the model that created the plan, if that makes sense. Okay, let's back to codecs. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom quickly. Okay, I'm back here. Okay, cool. Let's see what Codex said. This is really interesting, actually. All right. So from a principal engineer lens, the best base plan for a simple V1 is this plan. All right, this is 5DEE045B. Let's try to see which one this is. Okay, Gemini 3 Pro. 05D. That wasn't it, right? 045B. Not Composer 1. It picked the GPT 5.2 extra high plan. Interesting. I wonder why. So that's okay. Let's look at this plan. Okay. So goal must be stateless in EKS, right? And let me move this down so you guys can see this. Make sure you can see the whole plan here. I probably should shrink my face a little bit. But okay. So the service is stateless in EKS, right? It's going to use Redis. So then use Postgres as the source of truth. Support OAuth, Google, cookie sessions, and short-lived JWTs, because we're going to be creating a B2B web app where we can generate API keys. So we also need to be, one problem with JWT is we can't, it's not easy, I don't think, to track sessions or to log out users. So we're using our token sessions help us track sessions and maybe log out users a little bit easier. So let's see. Okay, here are going to be our endpoints. So we're going to have a health endpoint, a login endpoint, an auth Google, and an auth Google callback. That's for our Google OAuth. We've got, oh, this is for calendar. This is for Google OAuth. This is to get the tokens. Get protected. Oh, these are endpoints that we already have in our node service that we're going to keep. Let's see. Target architecture. Beautiful. So no in-memory state, right? Because that's like the worst thing. because if you're deployed on like an environment like Kubernetes, this workload needs to be stateless and it needs to be able to get interrupted and restart without any problem. And that's part of the reason why we're using Go in the first place. So this is good. Okay, cool. This is pretty damn good. All right, so now let's say, I'm going to say, what was I just thinking? Okay, I want you to add to this plan that when we build this service, we want to create a new directory called cactus-auth-go. And make sure to add to the plan that we need to install Redis and Postgres with Homebrew and set up a dummy password if we need to. So very interesting. So, and I don't know if it's kind of interesting, but I don't know if this Codex agent was able to see the writing style of this GPT 5.2. So we had the Codex CLI go through the cursor plans. And then it picked the OpenAI plan, which is kind of fascinating, actually. And guys, this was a little more time consuming than I thought to get all of this work tree stuff set up and this multi-agent workflow, getting our submodules set up. So we may try to build this. We'll see if we can build this on stream today. If not, we'll be building it on the next stream. Keep in mind that I am, managing some businesses offline when I'm not on stream. So I'm still trying to stream as much as I can because I'm highly interested in building a community of other people who are interested in the same stuff. And also, I think that we can all learn from each other. And please like and subscribe and follow, guys, if you haven't already. It helps a lot. And like the video if you haven't. I saved this and now it can't find it. Okay, I probably need to tell it which plan it is. Hold on. This is the plan that we need to update. So if anyone's new here, we just created some plans to refactor our authentication service in Cursor. So here you can see these are the different plans, Cursor plans that we just created, and we created these plans using different models. So we created a plan with Gemini 3 Pro, Composer 1, GPT 5.2 Extra High, Opus 4.5, GPT 5.1 Codex. And then we use the Codex CLI to go review these Cursor plans and help us identify which plan had the best approach. And so what's very fascinating actually is the Codex CLI mentioned that it said that this plan, from a principal engineer lens, the best base plan for a simple V1 is Cursor Plan's cactus-gate. And I went to go find which plan it was, and it was the plan that GPT 5.2 Extra High created, which is kind of fascinating, actually. But guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. And okay, let's do this. And actually, instead of building this plan with GPT 5.2 Extra High, I'm going to build it, I think, with Opus 4.5. I think Opus 4.5 does a little, when you do give it instructions to follow, it does it pretty accurately and with the least amount of hallucination out of all the models, in my personal opinion. Okay, it's about to do it. It's interesting is so it's interesting, but it looks like after I saved the plan to the workspace and then I came back to the work tree was having some like difficulty finding the plan, which is kind of interesting. So now I know that. I know in the future, maybe wait till the very end until you really have the plan fully complete. I forgot to add a couple things to the plan, but let's see. Let's see if this works. I don't know about this, but let's see. I think we just killed this entire plan. Oh no, did we? No. Local development. All right, I think that's good. Okay, good. All right, guys, so this is the plan. So it's going to be stateless. We're using Redis, Postgres. We're using Oauth, cookie sessions, JWTs for API. We're going to think about the refresh token. So when we do Google Oauth, Google's going to return a access token, a refresh token. We're going to think about how we're going to handle that. Here are existing endpoints in the node service. We got a health endpoint, a login endpoint, an auth endpoint. a tokens endpoint for our Cactus agent service to give calendar availability. Okay, then here's the to-dos. Create a new service directory, Cactus Auth Go. Install Redis and Postgres via Homebrew. Good. So here's our dynamic navigation for permissions. The other thing I want to add to this file is, or I could just tell, once it goes into agent mode, I could just tell it to, after it builds the code, I could say, make sure. I like abstraction. It's whenever I'm doing heavy duty debugging on a production system, it's, it's the abstraction is incredibly helpful to isolate problems and isolate where the issues are happening. And also, I kind of like the code to not, I don't want to have to scroll below the fold, like have to hit my scroll ball 20 times to scroll down the file. So anyways, all right, so let's build this with Opus 4.5. Let's do it. Did we tell it to create a new branch? No, it's okay. It's going to create a new directory. All right, let's build this. Let's do it. Hold on. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do right there. Hold on. Okay, this is the same plan that the Codex CLI told us to use, right? So I had Codex CLI review all of the cursor plans, which is actually pretty freaking cool in my opinion. But it reviewed all these plans, and then it told me which plan it thought was the best. It's just very interesting because it literally picked the plan from GPT 5.2 extra high. It said that the OpenAI plan was the best, which is kind of fascinating. And I don't know if it really was the best plan or the best approach, or if Codex kind of recognized. So Codex said, from a principal engineer lens, the best base plan for a simple V1 is this plan. It did say, okay, findings. So it reviewed this cursor plan, multi-tenancy, admin audit, API keys, and token vaulting. This is overbuilt for a V1. Keep it simple. I mean, we can maybe handle some of this later. Rate limiting, EKS deployment work. We don't need all that. That's what they call out internal Oauth token. All right, we're going to go with the suggestion from Codex CLI. So Codex said, hey, this cursor plan, I had to go into the cursor plans directory, review all the plans. We created plan Gemini 3 Pro, Codex, GPT 5.2 extra high, Opus, Composer 1, and then we use Codex CLI to determine the best plan. We determined the best plan. Where are we? It's the wrong cursor. Hold on. Okay, we're about to build. Okay, so here's the plan. And guys, please follow and subscribe if you haven't already, and like the video. It helps push this content out to more people. If you like this kind of content, really, I'm going to be vibe coding live on stream. I have some pretty cool tech here. So it looks like there's some new people on Twitch. So just briefly, I'm gonna show the service. So we have this is a telematics video service. So we have these are vehicles, camera vehicles. This is Three.js on top of Google Maps, right? I can look at vehicle history and trips, review events of those trips, expand them. We're doing edge AI detection. So looking for events at the edge. The edge AI is looking at my eyes, looking at my mouth to see when I am distracted. And then we're we're building out some coaching functionality. So we're using, and I vibe coded all of this. So, and I reviewed the code, but I didn't write the code. So this is using object detection and depth estimation models. And then we bring that edge AI context. We bring in the context from our AI analysis. And we try to put together a learning document or a coaching worksheet, and we'll distribute this learning to the driver. And the idea, we're really trying to expose risk tools. You know, I'm interested in quantized open source, open weight models, and maybe using those models like a panel of judges and creating a framework around that and exposing risk tools to other agents. So that's kind of a driver coaching worksheet, tells you which objects we detected, any questions, action plan, so the whoever's managing the safety of those vehicles can sit down and communicate with the driver, and it generates some questions, and you can distribute this learning content to the driver on a mobile app. And we actually have a mobile app. I don't have it up today, but if you guys go look at the previous streams, you can see kind of how we got here and how we built this. You know, I documented all of this live, which is pretty cool. So, and then we have a reconstruction. So creating a 3D simulation at a relative speed, or a reconstruction, which is pretty cool. So this is the telematics video business. And let me come to drivers too. So also we're doing driver ID or face ID detection, right? So trying to determine who drivers are based off images of their face. And then we're including that driver information in reports, right? So we have reports of events, and now we know, okay, which driver was in the vehicle at the time of the event. And that helps us distribute learning content to the driver. Because you can't distribute learning content to a vehicle, right? It's the driver that we really need to help be safer, not the vehicle. So understanding who the drivers are is critical, especially for companies that have many vehicles, right? And then I'm not showing it now, but we have a whole agents business that we're working on right now. And so all of these services too are deployed on AWS EKS, right? So I've got Redis, self-managed Redis running. We're running Apache Kafka locally, and I'm managing all of this with help from some smart people along the way. But you know, I've learned an incredible amount about managing like production systems through this process, and really that's my value, and what I'm bringing to the table is not just vibe coding like prototypes, but you know, getting things deployed into the cloud, making sure they're battle tested and ready for production with no security vulnerability. So anyways, let's go ahead and build this plan. So I said build it with Opus 4.5, but I still see GPT 5.2 extra high here. So I don't know if it actually used Opus 4.5. That looks like another tiny... It'd be nice if they could have switched this maybe. But let's see. Oh, cool. Thanks. Happy to have you. Welcome. I'm a little concerned that this is not Opus building this, but we're about to find out, I guess. Wow, we're at uh, 3 hours, almost 3 hours and 30 minutes in, which is awesome. Let's see. And I'm still working on this Discord server. I'm kind of new to Discord, so I'm probably going to be trying to extend this Discord server to the best of my ability. Not sure exactly how to set it up, but going to be thinking through that. Hold on, did it create the new directory? Wait. See, it started doing something. I don't see cactus-gate go. Can I undo these? Undo changes, okay. Oh, it's adding. Oh, it created the new directory inside of the work tree. Got it. Okay. All right, let's just let it keep doing its thing. Okay, I got a little confused because you created the new directory inside of this work tree, but I think that's fine. Go ahead and proceed with the plan. This is my first time writing a service in Go, guys. I'm really, I'm familiar. My front end usually has been in TypeScript, Next.js, React. The backend services have been Node, and even on services where I had a ton of I/O that needed to be asynchronous and in sequential order, I was using async promises in JavaScript to do that. And we were able to do that just with the one event loop on one CPU thread. But I'm really interested in Go because we're deployed on AWS EKS, smaller binaries, faster cold starts. And, it's not as dangerous as Java, I think, because Java maps one-to-one between the Java threads and the operating system threads. So if you have a less experienced engineer that writes blocking code, he could block that CPU thread. And Go doesn't allow that. So, for CPU bound work, I think Go is going to be awesome and use it in a blocking manner. And for IO bound work, we kind of set it up in a non-blocking way, maybe. And I'm still thinking through that. But anyways, let's come to the next. Okay, we're about to install Postgres. And please follow, guys, and like the video. It helps a lot. Okay, we're installing Redis and Postgres locally here. Thank you, typical win. Okay. Okay, now let's start Redis and let's start Postgres here. Nice. Hold on, guys. Let's look at the current subs here. Hey guys, so we're actually almost at 200 subs, which is a big milestone, and I'm on YouTube, and I'm really happy with that. You know, if you look at the trend line from where we started to where we're at now, you know, I think that we have an opportunity here to build a community of like-minded people who are interested in vibe coding, and you know, that's something that I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about building businesses. I'm interested in building frameworks and protocols and trying to set the standard in my business for what I'm doing, and I'm really setting out to be the first one to, you know, set up a framework of quantized open source open weight models, set them up like a panel of judges, and expose risk tools to insurance companies. So what I'm really interested in, one of the big projects, I'm interested in agents for SMB, small and medium-sized businesses, and building like a context awareness engine. But what I'm also, let's get my monologue camera here. But you know what I'm also really interested in is, you know, if we have a future where we're going to have autonomous vehicles. And, you know, one big concern with autonomous vehicles is when there is an accident or there is an event, you know, who's liable for that? And I think insurance companies are going to have a big challenge with that. But when we're coming into a future of all vehicles coming off the OEM manufacturing line will have cameras in the vehicle, and these car manufacturers will have open API, right? So I have a vision of setting up a framework and, you know, quantized open source open weight models, and you know, exposing agent risk tools to insurance companies or car manufacturers, so we can be a mediator and try to help these insurance companies understand really at fault. Oh, sorry, I'm far away from my bed. I'm far away from the microphone. I'm trying out this new camera view, but can you hear me better now? And I could probably, hopefully you can hear me a little better now. But really, the idea is to set up a panel of judges, a mixture of experts that are really like, you know, open source, quantized models that are distilled that I can host locally. Interesting. How about now? Is this better? I just cut the audio. I think audio was coming through the iPhone. Hopefully that sounds better. Let me know if that's a little better there. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. So again, and I know I'm kind of rambling here, but the idea is take the open source models. Set them up as like a mixture of experts, these distilled quantized models that I can host locally, right? That are not these massive models that are like, I need some data center to host, but a mixture of experts, and have them act like judges, right? Then feed in that data and feed in that data from the OEM. So all the car manufacturers are going to have video cameras in their vehicles. They're probably going to have open APIs where we can ingest that video data, run it against our panel of judges, and try to determine when two autonomous vehicles get into an accident, try to determine really who's at fault. But that's the idea. And then also building agents and a context awareness engine for SMB businesses, and also giving them a framework where they can swap in different models, because what it's looking like is the models are a commodity, and the models are a commodity, and people need to be able to swap them. And there's companies, I know there's a lot of chatter about Anthropic trying to get people to use their tools, right? I think you had open code using using Oauth and trying to run Claude as a headless server or something. And they were having success with that, but companies like Anthropic are subsidizing the token costs and trying to get you to trying to get that vendor lock-in, right? But I think the future, what it's looking like, is really you need to be using a combination of all the models. So building frameworks with these quantized, distilled, smaller models. And what's interesting is for most SMB use cases, you don't need these incredibly intelligent models, right? For coding, it's nice to have the intelligent model, but if I need to generate some PDF at the edge, I could use a small model for that, right? Or if I need to do some basic, simple business workflow, the small models do that fine. So let me come back to OBS here. Switch the view again. Okay. Wow, I think we hit 200. Pretty cool. That was awesome. That's awesome. So, let's see. I hope I didn't just close. Oh no, I thought I closed OBS. Okay. All right, cool. So let's do this here. Let's keep executing on our plan. Okay, let's ping Redis. We should get Pong. Nice. Ooh. Just fix the git ignore. I want to be able to add this to the environment file so we don't have to, export it to the terminal shell every time. I want to make sure this doesn't expose anything. Hold on. Wait, explain to me why it's still blocked. Oh, wow, it's actually following my agent file instructions. Okay, that's fine. Just do it in the terminal now, I guess, but make sure that we record it in the README later. So it's setting up our environment variables. Wait, hold on. I'm confused because we have our client ID and our client secret in the environment file already. So I want to use what we have already. You can ignore my instructions in agents.md for now. I just want you to modify the environment file. It's actually mess around with the end file while I'm on stream, which is good. Hold on. Where is this version? Cursor. Oh, you know what? You can come up here actually, and then go to. Okay, there we go. Okay, I want you to just add this to the environment file. Forget about my instructions in agents.md for now. Maybe it can't install while an agent is running. Let's look at this. Okay, one thing I want to consider before we keep moving forward, I haven't created the repository in GitHub yet for cactus-auth-go. I forget, will we be able to just push this up to GitHub and GitHub will create a new repository? Or do I need to create the repository first? Yeah, guys. So I think before we keep moving through with this plan, I need to set up the repository in GitHub first. And what's good is we have the plan saved. I don't have the GitHub SDK installed right now. I guess I do, but the GH, I don't know if that's a CLI tool or what, the GitHub commands. Let's see, hold on. Let's grab this plan. Okay, this was the plan. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna grab this plan. And what I'm gonna do first, let's see if we can install this now. Huh. I guess you can't install packages while tool calls are happening, which is cool. I guess that's fine. Okay. Where's my standard terminal? Hold on. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna make a new directory called cactus-Oauth-go. We're gonna cd into this directory. We're gonna initialize it. Then we're gonna go create the repository. So we initialize the repository. I'm coming to GitHub real quick. We're gonna make a new repository. Called cactus-Oauth-go in GitHub. Then I'm gonna say git remote add origin. Okay. Nice. Git remote -v shows the origin. So now we just set the origin. This is how we push up to the repository. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to that submodule chat. Where did I add all these submodules? Okay, I just added a new directory called cactus-Oauth-go. We need to add it as a submodule in the parent directory, bluecactus.ai. Oh shit. Okay, we don't need to add it to a submodule yet. What we're gonna do is we'll do that in a minute here, but we're just gonna grab our plan and we're gonna undo all this. Hold on. We're going to let's undo all these changes for now. Okay. And then interesting. So when you undo these changes, it still thinks it completed these to-dos. Huh. Let's see if I cat the plan from Ghosty. Let's see if it, or hold on, let's grab this plan. Shell, or file, new tab, cat. Nice. It doesn't have the to-dos. Does it? All right. What I'm gonna do now is we're gonna go into our new cactus-gate go. We're gonna open up cursor inside of here for now, and let's go to plan mode, and we need to build the above plan. What? Hold on. It doesn't have acts. That's okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to the parent. Hold on. Back to the parent directory. So we're gonna go. Let's open up cursor from here. Let's just create a new agent. Let's go into plan mode. Okay. So I'm gonna say above is a plan. We're going to be creating and building this plan. We already created the cactus-go-Oauth service, so you don't need to create that. I want you to modify that in the plan. And guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It helps push the content out to more people. You know, if you're interested in what I've been working on, you can go check out some of the previous streams. Hey, Penta. Hey, so a few different things. You know, one of the projects that I'm working on is a telematics video. So this whole service is deployed on AWS EKS. We have dash cameras and vehicles. This is 3JS overlay on top of Google Maps. So we have cameras and vehicles. You can see anytime that there is trip data, it's easy to see that trip data. So you can go look at historical position history, look at a specific event, review the event. We have cameras at the edge, so we're recording like edge events, looking for when eyes are closed or when the mouth is open or not. And after we get these events, we're doing some coaching. So I was able to build this, vibe coding this without writing the code. I reviewed the code but didn't write the code. So this is using object detection and depth estimation models. And so what we do is we take that context from the edge, do some post analysis, and we do this analysis on the video, look for relevant objects, and then we build a 3D simulation of the event that moves at a relative speed. So here you can see the 3D simulation, and then we're building out coaching worksheets, right? For anyone that's responsible for managing the safety of the fleet can review this worksheet and come up with an action plan, and helps them build a coaching program to help make sure drivers are behaving safely. So we have this service. Then we're also doing facial detection at the edge. So we're doing driver ID by looking at the face. And so this is the telematics video business, and we're also building an agents business for SMB. So really helping small and medium-sized businesses like build a context awareness engine around their workflows, and like a cognitive kind of wrapper around their simple business workflows. And so right now we're building out the authentication service in Go, and we're preparing for horizontal scaling, setting up Redis, preparing Redis for vertical scaling, and setting up like Google Oauth, JWT tokens, and also cookies, when and why to use each one, and kind of building out the schema for all of that. And so if you're interested in this kind of stuff, this is the right place to be. The Discord is discord.bluecactus.ai. I'm not sure if you're a Discord, if any of you are Discord people, but that's where you can join the Discord. All right, let's see. Might have to like show it the to-dos, but let's see. So here's our plan. Wait. Why is there... Huh. I'm already in cactus-gate Go. There's cactus-gate Go, good. All right. Okay, cool. Hey, Penta. Thank you. Welcome. Cool. We got 2 new Discord members today, which is awesome, actually. Okay. So let's see. Let's see our plan again. I'm not familiar with this. Wait. Oh, wrong one. Okay, I'm not familiar with this RBAC middleware. What I am familiar with is permission bit string. So storing accounts in Postgres with a bit string. And then the bit string determines which reports or what they have access to or what they don't have access to. And then we dynamically generate the navigation bar with the permission bit string. Okay, so the way that the flow needs to work is we're going to have accounts, or a user will create an account. They'll create an organization. The first account that creates the organization will be the admin or super admin. And then, that administrator will have full permissions but the idea is to let that administrator set the permissions for all other accounts. Can user email belong to multiple organizations? No, one account per email, one org only. How many permission bits do you anticipate needing? Under 32. Building the plan again. Okay. Let's look at the to-dos. Okay, I believe we already installed Redis and Postgres with Homebrew, so I want you to modify the current to-do. Yeah, I know. Does that link, if you put that link in the browser, I know it's interesting, but yeah, if you put that link in the browser, it'll redirect to the proper link, and then you can copy it in the URL, but let me get you the proper link here. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't realize that was going to be an issue. Let me find where to get the server invite. Wait, did the link expire at discord.bluecactus? Hold on. Oh, no. It's weird. Why can't I see it says your invite link expires, but I set a different invite link. Here, let me just send you this one. Let's see if this one works. Penta, let me know if that one works. Cool. So, let's see here. Okay. Wait, what plan is the? Oh. No, the only two to-dos that should be completed is creating this cactus auth go and then installing Redis and Postgres. Nice. Okay. All right, let's build this plan. I guess we don't need Opus 4.5 thinking, right? We just use the standard model. So let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and build. And make sure you're in the right directory when you start creating the code. Okay, good. And guys, the Discord's kind of there's not a ton of members yet. So it might not feel like other servers that you're familiar with. But hopefully we can continue to grow. Planning to stream a lot this year, so should hopefully planning to grow the community is the goal. So it modeled out the permissions. We're using a bit string for permissions. Needs to do it with full permissions. This is my first Go service I've ever built, actually. So we're building a stateless authentication service right now in Go that is going to be horizontally scalable, so we can create many replicas, and we're going to deploy it on AWS Spot instances. Guys, I think after we're done building this plan, we're creating the index file inside of this service right now, but that's okay. We're eventually going to migrate it to Next.js, our Cactus web service. We'll do that on the next stream. For now, let's see if we can get this to work. Hold on. Something's going on where the... Okay, well, we have the secret, the client ID, and the callback URI for the Google Oauth in the environment file. So can you go get those keys and make sure we use them? think we're almost there. And guys, I know, or hold on. Nice. Here's a to test the endpoint script. Okay, for now, can we just open up the index file and let's check to see if the Google OAuth works? Or not, it's... Not cactus. No, not cactus-gate, it's cactus-auth-go. I believe we created a HTML file that should just have a login screen so we can test the Google OAuth. I'm actually not familiar with this, creating a... So what's the idea? To have a... Or what should we create the database name, I guess? I'm a little confused by this. Explain this to me. I'm used to maybe just having the one database, Postgres, and all the tables live in this one database. Yeah, so we installed Postgres with Homebrew. You should be able to run a Postgres command to see the current database name. That's fine. We might need to... No, can we just create a new database that all the microservices will use for now? And create a new user if you need to, and clean up this old database. We don't need it anymore. Wait, what is that? Oh shit. Oh, I think that's just to pull in the environment file. I'm not familiar with that package. Hey, typical win. Okay. If we can get Oauth on this new Google service working, we're probably not going to test it all the endpoints today. Okay, it looks like it's running. Wait, we need to run it on port. Hold on, the callback URL that's set in the Google Oauth web client is on port 4100. Let me get the... This is the callback URI. We need to use this. Nice. Cool, here we go. Look in the browser, we got the authorization error redirect issue. And guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. I want to use the same oh good. Nothing critical. Okay. All right. I want to close all these down. No, let's use the same URI. I don't want to have to add a new URI. Use the same URI as the other authentication service has been using, cactus-gate. I'm gonna definitely have to read through some of this Go code and just do a little edification on Go for myself, just because I'm familiar with Java, Node, TypeScript on the front end or JavaScript, but not as familiar with the lower level languages like Go, C, C++. So guys, if we can get once we get this Oauth working, we'll probably end stream for today. We've been on, I think, for almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we built our authentication service in Go. We learned about Git submodules so we can maintain our multi-repo setup without having to switch to a mono repo. We learned about cursor work trees. Beautiful. There we go. Authentication service and Go. Wait, what's happening? Authentication successful. All right. I think that's a good way to wrap up stream. So we prepared a Go authentication service that we can horizontally scale across all regions on AWS. It's completely stateless. It's persisting tokens in Redis. We thought through Google Oauth, access tokens, refresh tokens, short-lived JWT tokens. After we get that Google Oauth access token, we can store a session in Redis and then set the cookie, right? So we went through all of that live on stream today. So this is an authentication service that's ready to handle permissions, super admins, authentication, API, and it's ready to scale. So, if you like this kind of content, please like and subscribe and follow. You can go check out some of my other live streams if you're interested in this kind of thing. And the Discord link is discord.bluecactus.ai. If you try to put that link into Discord, it doesn't work. But if you paste it into your browser, go into Chrome or Safari or Firefox, paste that discord.bluecactus.ai into your web browser, and it'll redirect you to the Discord link. It should actually open Discord for you, but if it doesn't, it should redirect you to the proper Discord link, and then you can copy that and use that. But anyways, I think, guys, I'm gonna end stream here. But again, if you guys are interested in vibe coding, agentic coding, B2B businesses, building consumer businesses, just building prototypes, personal prototypes, and really just learning about AI technology, learning about entrepreneurship, learning about high-level general AI topics and how AI is having an effect on economics, and I guess the disruption that AI is having in the market. If you're interested in any of this kind of stuff, join the Discord. Please like and subscribe and follow. We'd be happy to have you. Doesn't matter to me what your skill level is, how smart, how non-smart, doesn't matter. I wasn't born with all this knowledge. So anybody can learn, really, as long as you're interested and you're passionate and you keep trying and you don't give up. You do have to have some patience. There is some challenging debug, right, at times with software development, but I'll tell you what, there's been bugs that have been so difficult for me to solve. I mean, partly, I deployed Kubernetes when I was upgrading Kubernetes. Node groups were deploying on different regions. Redis couldn't access the persistent volume, elastic block storage. I couldn't get pods to schedule. I almost damn near broke down in tears. That's how difficult challenges that I've been through, but and I've thought before, hey, can I do this, right? But I've always been able to work through it. So anyways, if you want to learn about agentic coding, learn about vibe coding from a guy that started as really a business guy in sales, and ultimately I have a pretty deep understanding of like systems and programming. Not classically trained, but I know enough to be dangerous. So if you're interested in vibe coding, this is the right spot for you. If you want to check out you can go check out some of the other live streams, and you'll learn a lot. I mean, we've done a lot. We've set up coaching platforms. We've integrated open source AI models, right? We've set up speeding alerts, set up scheduled reports. On the last stream, I did a voice agents demo, communicating with a voice agent. And so we're going to be working on that. Actually, the next thing we're going to do in this platform is set up the front end for the agents business, and we're going to start debugging that together because there is some latency issues, and I did a chained architecture, but we're gonna work through all that. Probably switch over to the OpenAI real-time voice channel for voice, and then go from there. But anyways, guys, if you like this type of content, again, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next stream.